Hello, folks. We are live. Today is release day. And man, it is good to finally be done with this thing. PufferLib 3.0 is probably the hardest that I have worked quite a while. I mean, 2.0 was tough, but 3.0 was something else. Something else entirely. Switch us over to here. Let's just get rid of all this. And let's take a second here. Take a look at this. For thousands of Welcome to the boot camp. Not for humans, but for thousands of AI agents. You're watching this in real time at 60 frames per second, but for the AI, it's moving millions of times faster. On a single server, we simulate over 3,500 years of gameplay every day, more than the total estimated training data of GPT-4. This is PufferLib, an open source project built to train small, superhuman models using high-performance simulation and reinforcement learning. I'm very proud of this work. Our newest release features 20+ environments, from arcade classics to board games, drone flying, and autonomous driving. And the best part? Many of these can be trained in just 30 seconds on your home computer. Want to see it in action? Visit puffer.ai to try it right in your browser or download it for free. Welcome to the boot camp. Okay. So here's the plan today. We're just going to fix any and all small things that I've missed on this release. I've already been shown a few. I found a couple other myself. You always find them on release day. It happens. But the fixes are going to be quick here. And we're going to see what we can do about this. How nice and stable we can get it today. Then tomorrow we will start on new things. Assuming that there are not all sorts of horrendous bugs. This version, we got that. Here I have my chat open. Because the other point of this is to make sure that we don't miss any support messages. Welcome, Kurthy. The release is live. The release is live. In fact, so I make sure I don't miss support stuff. I do this thing where I pop out the chat and I stick it under my camera. That can go right under there. So I found this mess up right here. This one's pretty small. I don't believe I actually did the neural net for the grid policy. Did I? Or is it just a, no, it is just a linear LSTM. That should be fine. $10K a month? Honestly, I should raise it. Just a couple companies we work with. Couple at the moment. All our code's free. You don't have to pay me a cent. The paid stuff is just for people who specifically want my eyes on their problem. They want us to make their RL just fast and insane. This stuff is hard. You know? I think it would be generous to say that there are a double-digit number of people in the world who actually understand this stuff well. And the proof of that is that if this were well optimized, if this field were like well optimized, I should not be able to come in and make it 1,000 times faster, like with any amount of resources, let alone running like a small open source thing. There shouldn't be a factor of 1,000 to optimize. How many years did it take you to build this? It depends if you count my whole PhD. Because my whole PhD was on neural MMO. I did 2 years before that on neural MMO, and all the stuff that I learned in that was essential to building PufferLib. So, I mean, if you're going to count all that, that's 7 years, plus the last year and a half, like 8.5 years. Increase volume. Really? That's because I moved my microphone. 1 second. Get the mic closer into the frame. And I can also raise it. Yeah, so... Is that better? That should be. That's like not any farther than I had it before. Unless OBS has messed something up on me. Let me make sure it's the same device. Yeah, it's running it. How much did you put into this? Okay. Is there a basic example of doing full training using a basic vectorized env, including neural net optimization and applying RL? Yes, there is. There are several. And there's a tutorial on the website as well. The one thing is I did forget to upload one of the assets for the target env, so I'm doing that now. But there is a full worked tutorial on it. And here, I'll show you. Let's go .h. So this is the full code of the target environment. 230 lines including rendering. It's all nicely commented. It tells you exactly the things that are required and the things that like you can do whatever. And then we can train this. Oops. Buffer target. It tells you all the files that are associated with a new env like this. You can see that this thing trains 3.5 million steps a second. It was 4.5 earlier before I started the stream, because that's on the same GPU. And then you can eval. Now, these commands are... It's not like we have commands over 50 layers of garbage. Like, there is a train script. It's PufferLib/PufferL. It's about 1,000 lines of code for the whole algorithm and logging and everything. It's just all flat. And that is what we run on this. And then if I do puffer eval, here we have puffers eating stars. And there's your model. Okay, we have to add grid. Very cool. Thank you. Let me actually just get this onto the PyPy repo. I think, well, let's push it first. Oh, I know what happened. Hmm. It's apparently target is like taken out of the it's in the get ignore because it's like the target for whatever. That's what happened. That's silly. And this is supposed to have weights, so we'll do. If you were a beginner and building some project, how would you advertise it to get users? I don't really like the thing is I don't do all that much on that side of things, frankly. It's kind of just I just post technical content, and I've been like consistently posting technical content in a niche area that I know a lot about for the last year and a half, and then I've gotten like a decent-ish audience on X out of that. A lot harder if you're a beginner, right? You kind of just have to build something really good and then show it off online publicly, and then oftentimes good things get traction. It kind of depends how you package it. It's tough. I'm not an advertiser, right? I'm a researcher. And so there we go. Let me go get the, there's like this annoying cache thing. Because I'm in a new Docker container. Resume scanner, only gained 24. I mean, yeah, because, I mean, if you build something, which there are existing things in, and it's like a pretty niche area, and you don't have a platform to tell people, like, I don't, like, what do you expect, right? It's difficult. Okay, so now we will actually have the, let me grab token. Okay, so that is now fixed. We no longer have tutorial broken on release day. First project I built and completed, which is great for learning. I'm not trying to discourage you at all. Absolutely build more stuff. But, you know, building stuff that will get users will take time, right? It takes time to become a more experienced dev. It takes time to, like, think of, like, it takes time to get experience building really cool stuff and knowing what to build and how to build everything, right? It takes a lot of time. It also really depends what you optimize for as well, right? Let's see how we're doing on X. I mean, 89 within less than an hour of release is not bad. We'll see how this does. I really do hope that this does quite well. This has been a lot of work. Need the Twitter hype, guys? I don't know. I don't really want to go down the route of like paying less technical and larger influencers to like look at a very technical release thing, right? I got a nice trailer cut together. We've done a few things, but that's about it. I mean, we have all sorts of articles lined up that we'll be releasing all throughout the week as well. I'm trying to think what other stuff I'm likely to need to fix. I technically did forget to put the grid environment on the website, didn't I? And that's like a really cool environment, so I think we'll do that live. And then that'll show people the process of like running a net and C. Very cool MIT mug. Oh, I have a way cooler one that's in the dishwasher. It's just like the MIT logo is made out of all equations. Want me to PR asteroids? Yeah, go ahead and PR asteroids, but I'm gonna fix like a couple release things before I get to it. What's your Lex? I mean, we've completed the release. We haven't like completed reinforcement learning, right? I'm here to solve the field. Like when the field is solved, then I can go on to the next thing. Right now we fix the field. There's an important distinction, right? So by fix the field, I mean it's no longer a cursed buggy mess where basic things don't make any sense. It's actually pretty sane and consistent now. And that took a lot of work. It's not solved in the sense that like there's a massive gap between how good it is now and how good I think it could be. Agent doesn't learn anything. Did you read the frame skip / time comment that I made? Did you understand what I meant by that? I will review it live then, Wooden. I'll take a look. But let me do the grid port real quick first. How many more days until I'm paper clips? If I were to order the AI CEOs in like likelihood of you becoming paper clips if they solve AI first. I mean, it's got to be like China at the top, right? Like whoever does it in China, it's like either National Lab or ByteDance or whatever. And then, I don't know between Dario and Altman. That's a tough call. You kind of just flip a coin. Ain't frame skip a rapper though? Nope. Read the breakout code or Pong. You don't have to do it as frame skip either. Just one way of doing it. Another way to do it is just to increase the you basically just make the speed of the agent configurable and then you interpolate the movements in the rendering. You can either frame skip or you can do the opposite where you like basically you upsample the animations to smooth them. All right, let's actually write some code here. I need my editor. What's wrong with China? Never got that meme. It's just that you would kind of expect them to like be solving AI in like the quickest way possible with like zero fucks given about security or privacy or anything else. It's basically the same as like what if the NSA were the first ones to solve AI? Right, that's all it is. You just go grab that plugin, and then we will actually write some code. And I will show you how we port a model to run in C. This is pretty cool. Okay, so what we have here is we're going to use the breakout one as a template because it's very, very similar. And what we have is it's set up. We have the C code set up such that you can read in the weights with common layers and even common predefined network shapes. And then you can, where is it? You can export those weights into C and load them in. I think I said that backwards, so one more time. You have your network in Torch, it's trained, you export those weights to a binary file, you load them into PureC, PureC runs a network the exact same way as Torch would. What does it even mean to solve AI? Oh, I got you, man. I got you 100% right there. Hang on. I literally wrote this article so I wouldn't have to answer this exact question repeatedly. There you go. I'm only half joking. Got him. That article didn't do super well, but I kind of like it. Okay, so it's 5 actions. There's 5 actions. And then the ob size is 2 times vision range. So this is going to be 121. Okay, so here we're exporting the pre-trained weights. This is the number of weights that we need. And then what we're going to do we're going to make a folder for this grid environment. And then we will copy that into there. And now we're going to be able to load it from C. Created the PR. I got to go study. Yeah, best of luck with that. Either later today or tomorrow or anytime this week, pretty much. I just realized that I forgot to put the grid environment on the website, so I want to do that real quick. Because it's a cool environment. All right. I will show how this this logic actually works. Let me just get the boilerplate into place first, which is where the model actually, or where we put the model in, which is, we actually just do it like this. And then cool. One agent. I don't know the D type of observations. It's an unsigned char, so we actually have to copy it. See, good thing I caught that. So there is a thing where you can just use the observations directly. I think it messes up if you don't copy them over, though, because of the D-type. Then I will explain in a second how this works. It's ops, not observations. Okay, so I also have to include buffernet.h. Okay. Does this work? No, it does not. Cool. So we'll have to figure out why this doesn't actually work here. Oh, because actions is a float? Whoops. Apparently I convert this from I convert this to not a float somehow. I haven't looked at this in a while. Hmm. So I'm just mucking something up with the data, I'm sure. But what is supposed to happen here, right, is that you have this little linear layer LSTM plus LSTM network that's been trained super fast in PyTorch. And then I have this very small, lightweight version of essentially PyTorch, inference only, but it defines the exact same layers that work the exact same way. We maintain this as part of PufferLib. And you have this like very simple way to just load in common network types using it. Now, somehow I think that the data is getting mixed up somewhere. This is supposed to be int. Okay, except the network is supposed to be here. This is how it's supposed to look. Yeah, so this is how it's supposed to look. That's what it's supposed to look like. Discretize is true. Let me make sure this is the right vision range. Yeah, so there's nothing set for the vision range here at all. It gets called in reset and it gets called in step. Okay. It is discrete of 5, right? Yes. Yeah, it's not matching at all. Is it actually a linear LSTM? Oh, I know it's wrong. I'm dumb. Yeah, I know it's wrong. Hey, doctor. Perf depends heavily on tape size. You're giving it as the observation. Is that not expected? Obs Windows 16. Are you having to zero at every step or something? I can take a look at it. Is the algorithm not supposed to be like quadratic in tape size or something? Yeah, but like, I don't know the env dynamics enough, right? Oh, when you say perf, do you mean how fast it runs or how well the agent does? There we go. How well it does. Ah, okay. So, I mean, it's probably just because it's randomly sampling actions at the start and it can get stuck. It's kind of funny that it does this. I presume this is like NAND or something that happens. There's probably some instability with it. Perf is 1 mil. It's decent. I forget anything else, or is that just like the stability that I have with the current version? That's somewhat disappointing if so. Let's see if that does anything. Oh, get stuck in the exact same spot. And you can tell it's some state thing as well. Amount of exploration is exponential. Yeah, that's probably it. So, I mean, if you know the problem doesn't take very long to solve, you can stop execution early. That's a good trick. You know, I've seen this happen before in the actual env as well. I wonder if we're actually hitting a fault of some type. Here, we'll see if we hit a fault. Now, we do not hit any fault, so, I mean, this says it's not some memory corruption. I've seen this happen in the actual evals as well, though it's a lot less common than I just saw. ob size. I mean, this says we zero it, right? To be fair, it is kind of janky the way we're doing the policy. But I didn't miss anything, I don't think. Policy, recurrent. Yeah, I don't think I missed anything. I guess it's because we don't sample. I guess we need the randomness of the sampling, huh? But the thing is, like, do I believe that? Because if it were just the randomness of the sampling, right, I'd be able to, like, I can move it here, and, like, it should recover. I mean, I guess it kind of does. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, so it's relying on the randomness of the policy. That's what it is. So we need to add the randomness back in. Oh, no, but it is random here, isn't it? It's not discrete. It's not a fixed sample. It is actually a random sample. That's pretty irritating. I mean, the quick fix here for this was a quick fix. Ah. I mean, the fact that this doesn't work tells you something's totally wrong. I guess discretize is false. This doesn't do anything. Oh, because we just set it to true. That's fine then. Okay, so let's see why this would happen. I think there is actually a bug here. Maybe this explains why we don't have perfect maze solving agents. Welcome, SPY. What's your favorite video game and would it make a good environment? Oh, no. I already did my PhD on that one. It's RuneScape. And yes, it would make a very good environment. That's the point of a lot of my research. We use a lot of things directly from that and from the insights of how that game is put together and how you can write games to run really fast. I do not allow myself to play that game anymore because it's like, you may as well just hand me straight heroin. Like, MMOs are literally heroin. There's honestly not a single thing that's ever gotten me as hooked as just, like, damn good MMO gameplay. Hmm. Interesting. Push my work to repo. Let me finish debugging this one thing so I can get this awesome maze environment on the website, and then absolutely. Okay, so it's spamming 1, which should not make it pass. Oh. I see. So it's just spamming forward into a wall, basically. You watch. No. I know most of the streamers though. I followed at least like most of that. And I spent way too much time on in that space, but we do actually directly use a lot of the stuff from that in RL. Like just like down like that game, down to how it works on a tick by tick basis. It actually tells us quite a bit. Because basically if you take the game and you build it the same way, but you don't go like insane with your code, everything just runs millions of steps per second. I'm trying to think what I do about this. It's just spamming forward. For finesse, anyone? I was pretty mediocre at PvP. I was like kind of okay at NH. I was quite good at Rage though. I'm trying to think what we do about this. So for some reason, this thing just gets stuck more in the sea than anywhere else. We could just epsilon gradient. Let's just see what happens if we epsilon gradient. It's just spamming forward. I mean, you'd think something must have gotten corrupted with the LSTM state. And then it just does that. Yeah, that's not the policy. Yeah, we can't upload this, unfortunately. I don't want to spend forever looking for this, because I've seen it do this in the Python as well. So we probably just need to redo the actions a little bit. Oh, did Impulse Wars not make it into the trailer? Oops. Did I forget to send a clip? No, I did send a clip. Alright, let's go look at some contributions and stuff. And then maybe I'll mess with Grid for a little bit, we'll see. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, Captain. Yeah, my bad on the trailer. I actually, you can see right here, I have the clip. I sent this whole bunch of clips, and I guess I just didn't notice what ones were used and what ones weren't. I literally had 4 different editors make 4 different trailers, so there was a bunch of stuff, and I guess I just didn't, like, I missed it. Yeah, test, I'm well aware of that. They were also very easy to PK, which was very funny. Those were the it's literally still happening. Like, what's this benchmark folder? Oh, temp? Okay. Recursive. Wait. Is this? I'm confused. Oh, it's in the git ignore. That's fine. Yeah, I'm looking at it, man. Right here. Okay, so you change box 2D. I opened 2 PRs. What? Which one? Wait, puffer. Oh, okay. I see. You want that one? Okay, you want that one done first. That's all autogen. Lovely M script and garbage. Okay, you added credentials, which is good. You add yourself to the main page. And then you fix spacing, I guess. Let me add you there, and then we'll get you on. Hang on. Index. Oh, I guess I didn't. Are you not? Are you not? Yeah, you're not on the main page. Let me add you. Somewhere around here. And what was it, Le? Did I do it? I did that wrong, didn't I? FEB. Wait, Le? What? FE. There you go. There you go. We'll be on the website. We'll see how well this does. And then the other PR is something as well. Make sure you didn't change anything weird. Yeah, I can go in. I'm just making sure nothing's screwed up. Cool. There we go. That grid environment is actually going to take more work. I kind of don't want to mess with it and mess up the current dynamics just to have it in C. Would look cool for the website, but it's not going to make a huge difference in the scheme of things having one env missing. Because it's like, it's mostly a research env, not like a it looks super cool env. Yeah. Let me make sure I didn't already pay. That was not the trailer that got used. I will give shout outs to at least 2 of the editors who did something reasonable. But after launch day. Drone also has new PR. Okay, let's see. Let's take a look at that. Ooh. Rings will definitely be cool. Make sure. A little bit fast, don't you think? That's only 60 FPS. Why is it that fast? Is it because of like MScript and stuff? What the heck? That's not the web build. Why is it rendering that fast locally? It's only set to 60 FPS. Yeah, we think it's that. Looks fine in eval, but looks fine in how can it look fine in eval? So this is not the web build. Huh? What? Now something is not right here. Ob size needs changing. Hang on. Train this real quick. 95%. All right. Is it supposed to be green on one side, blue on the other? That looks pretty freaking cool. It's because it has to show you what direction to go through them. Okay. Okay, so there's the render glitch, because this should not be happening here, yeah? The speed is wrong. Like, the drone itself is too fast. Because it's going in sharp angles. What are max rings and max moves supposed to be? There we are. Yeah, so if you don't set those, chaos ensues. Working on it. There we go. The heck? They should not be asking me for credentials. Hang on. Okay, that should show up on the website in a minute. It takes GitHub a little bit just to push a new update, even though it's like static. Cool. Let's see if drone's online. Welcome, Major. Oh, yeah. What's the next plan for drone then? I'm trying to think how do we turn this into... I'm trying to think how we get from here to, like, champion drone racing, right? How do you generate where the rings are? Are the rings random, or is there some pattern to them? Brother, how you got into MIT? In order to get into a PhD, the best thing to have done is to already have done half of a PhD. So I pretty much did that. Random for now. Cool. Yeah, so the thing I was thinking of, I don't know how they actually set the courses. I don't know if here. Let me show you what I was thinking. Let me get my coffee first. And then we'll talk about what we can do with drones. Bezier curves were fine. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. I should have specified coffee and set. The gym equipment is not just for show. Oh yeah, you probably can't even see half of it anymore with the freaking chair in the background, yeah? So this is not what I meant. What do they use to generate racetracks? Right? Maybe something like this. And then you do the same thing like height displaced as well. Because it's a drone. Welcome, folks. This is the release day, fixing things, merging things, and answering questions on release. We'll have a look around. Yeah, I think we should be, like, if we get it to do a reasonable track. Now, I actually don't know how well that fits. Because if you look up, like, champion... Like, isn't this... The tracks are kind of crazy, right? Yeah, like, they don't really follow... Ah, okay. So you see how the, like, the borders of the targets are specifically made for them to be easy to track. So it's just, like, some really basic state estimation stuff. And then, neural nets. Yeah, so it's not... We can totally do something like this. Like, this is just OpenCV running, basically. They actually tell you how they do their physics as well. Right there. So yeah, we could totally do something like this, right? Drone would be cool. Scanning technique. Worked with LiDAR camera. Do you need LiDAR? I don't think you need LiDAR. I guess it kind of depends, because like they paint the targets to make them easier to do perception on, right? I think also, like, they've got to have an order to the loops. So it'll probably be something like 10 hoops, and like they're just in order in the observations. We only use LiDAR because iPhones have one. Oh. You probably don't want to stick an iPhone on a drone. But hey, look, I mean, it's on the website at least. Yeah, I would think probably some sort of like... It definitely has to be like larger scale, right? We'd want to see like a larger area that it's flying over with more hoops that are like connected in some sort of sane way. Probably numbered as well. Because it shouldn't just be observing like all the hoops, it should also have them in order, right? Does it get penalized for hitting the rim at the moment? All the groundwork should be there. Yeah, I think the only thing that's going to be tricky is figuring out how to not spend forever on perception, right? To run it on a real drone. Yes, they collide. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty darn solid start, though. I wonder if there's some basic thing we can do where, like, even before we deal with the perception part, can we just, like, see if this can fly a drone from, like, point to point or stuff? We rescan the route and do a 3. Oh, I see. Not attached to the drone. Okay, I see. We'll have to figure out what drones would be, like, good to play with. So, I mean, getting it working in the real world for sure. And then the other question I have is, like, what's, like, the most agile form factor we could get for a drone? Because even if it's something that's incredibly difficult for a human to fly, we can probably just do it with RL easily, right? Opinions on G-Flow networks. No opinions. I have not done anything on that. Parrot drones. Okay. Those look cool. Okay, so they make these super high-end things, which we could get. Yeah, it's kind of obnoxious. They've discontinued all their consumer drones as well. Time to start a drone hardware company, I guess. Okay, so favorite RL researchers beside myself. Who the hell's even doing this stuff anymore? I mean, straight up, like, all the ones that I knew when RL left. Like, they all got sick of dealing with it and left. Like, there's some cool stuff at NYU, there's some cool stuff in Jacob Forrester's lab. But there are very few people left actually working on the core research. And it shows, you know, like, the fact that there's been basically no sustained progress since 2019 until Puffer should kind of show you. Like, my answers would have been like Costa or Chris Bamford when they were doing RL. Or even briefly Clemens. He did some cool entity-based RL stuff. But, yeah, they don't do that anymore. Welcome, Hyper. I just refuses cache credentials today. Okay. Only other thing I can think of is the grid stuff. Otherwise, we start on meta. We could start on meta. I wish Keen actually did some cool stuff. I really don't know what they're doing because they're basically going polar opposite of the direction I'm going in. And, like, I don't think it's going to work out for them. I mean, the thing that they released lately was cool, but it was literally a meme in, like, 2018. I guess they wouldn't know this. Sutton should know this. I know Carmack wouldn't, but it was literally a meme in 2018. Like, yeah, we're going to make a robot control the joystick to play Atari. Haha. Because it was, like, the slowest thing you could possibly imagine. right? Like, you don't even make the problem really any more interesting. Like, intellectually, you haven't made the problem any more interesting at all. You've just made it way slower. So, like, it's cool that you can get it to work, but, like, you're just gonna make everything super slow. We make everything super fast. Alright. Let's go check a look at meta. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to sync this fork now, and then I'm not going to sync it again until we have it working, because they 132 commits in the last week. Get out of here. Let me show off what this is actually before we just start working on it, so people can get an idea. Because I promised these guys I would help them a little bit on this once we have the release done. So I think we're gonna just start on that. So meta is this pretty cool environment. It looks like this. It's kind of like a factory env in a sense, where like there are different resources you have to collect and then move them to different collectors and converters and things. See ya, Sam. So, yeah, let's see what we can do about this. Okay, we'll see what that does. BD, welcome, BDFX Pro. I'm here? Oh, is that Mary? Let me reply to that real quick. Majidor. How that env made? How that env UI? Which UI? This one? Or where is it? Or this one? So this is some crazy JavaScript thing. I have no idea what this is. All of our graphics that we have for RMs are made with PufferLib. And I mean, you can see like they'll look just as good. Okay. Does this not activate the environment? I'm a bit confused. MIT mug? I mean, I have several. They kind of just give you a bunch of mugs. So, I have a bunch of mugs. One suggestion for 3.0 docs? Yeah, shoot. Cool, so literally none of their code works. Typical. Let me see what else we can do with this. Oh, no, we don't. Lovely. We're gonna have to get pretty deep into their code to fix this, I'm sure. Because, like, this is just, it's a bunch of code for this thing. But we'll start on it. I could make it more end-to-end, yeah. The thing is, like, I mean, it would be pretty easy to just add the train commands and stuff in. Yeah, that probably makes sense. Help you to make it. If you submit like a reasonable PR draft of it, then sure. I don't want to make the docs like massively longer than they are though. I think it's just like adding. You'd pretty much just add like a couple blocks for the train commands. I need to understand end to end. I mean it covers making the env. Train and eval are like 2 lines. Metrics are like another line. What RLlib has right now? Well, RLlib is terrible. So I definitely don't want it to look anything like that. Like, do they even have docs? I think that they have, like, overbuilt as hell docs, right? Yeah, they have, like, massive amounts of docs for, like, all their complicated as hell shit. Like, we're fundamentally not trying to do this because we're not trying to build something that's this bloody heavy. Ray Core is good. Yeah, Ray Core is super simple. Ray Core is good. Ray RLlib, no. Validation errors for game config. God. I don't think there's a single time I've gone to use this environment that hasn't given me a new error. (16) input type equals int. What are you facing is my question. Like, instead of saying, oh, this is how the doc should be, like, can you tell me what is the thing that you're running into that is confusing to you? Like, if you treat this like RLlib and you're expecting, like, something like RLlib gives you, you're just going to have a bad time because it's not RLlib. So, like, the thing that you need is not, like, an RLlib style tutorial. It's, like, it's to not treat this like RLlib because it's completely different. Like, the core design philosophies are basically diametrically opposed. Like, you pretty much can't find a farther apart library than RLlib from what we built. The point is not like RLlib but good, right? It's like, it's more like clean RL but faster and flexible, not RLlib but good. Was this? I mean, we have examples. This is already more overbuilt than something that we need, though. There's literally not this much stuff in PufferLib that you need to do. Like, we've had stuff like this before, and it was a pain in the ass to maintain it, and, like, nobody really liked it either. Like, we have them all in pure code here. Like, turning these into mini blog posts each does not sound particularly fun. So I'd rather you tell me, like, where you're confused about stuff rather than saying, can we build something like this? Because, like, I kind of hate this, frankly. So, like, I will absolutely make stuff easier, right? And I will, like, listen to, like, hey, this was difficult for me to understand how to do this, or, like, I couldn't find information about this. But I'm not necessarily going to put it in the format that you're thinking of, right? We'll share on that in Discord. Yeah, just, like, tell me, like, what if you just, like, will write, like, what are the things that, like, you feel like don't make sense, or things that you would like to have explained better, or, like, information that you can't find, then I can do something with that. If you say, like, hey, can we make something that looks like Stripe docs or looks like these other docs, it's going to be like, well, the thing that you're trying to learn doesn't lend itself to that format, right? So I'm not going to be able to do very much. Yeah. I forget who the heck it was that I got that from. It was like, I don't know whose, like, talk it was originally who said this, but, like, since I've started asking that, I've gotten, like, way better feedback from users. Because, like, telling me, oh, it should just be done this way, it's like, one, you're not even going to like the result, and two, you're going to cause me, like, a ludicrous numbers of hours of hellish debugging and work and maintenance, right? If I do it that way. But the thing is, like, there usually is a problem that can be fixed when people have, like, hey, can you do this? So if I understand that, then I can go somewhere with it, right? Okay, so they, for some reason, they just took rewards out of here completely. Every feature needs to have proper... I don't do that either. Because think about what that does, right? If I give you a procedure to follow, I mean, maybe it makes it easier to review stuff. Maybe it makes stuff higher quality. Maybe it doesn't. But what it definitely does is it gives people more work who want to contribute and doesn't even necessarily save me any time. So in general, like, I will only put a procedure in place if it really, really, really obviously helps something, right? Otherwise, I tend to go to, like, 0 procedures. You don't even have to, like, raise an issue on GitHub in order to get something fixed. You can come here and tell me. You can just write something on the Discord. You know, there are a million ways you can do stuff, like to either contribute to the project or report errors. I try to make minimal friction on everything. I mean, it seems to me that, like, you're pulling in a lot of things from, like, the way that big tech builds stuff, and it's just like, we don't build stuff that way, and it's intentional. I don't do everything by myself, though, right? I have all these contributors. And the thing is, I have more contributors than I would have if I had those procedures in place. That's the key. I have more contributors than I would have if I had a bunch of procedures. And the procedures, honestly, they don't even save you any time. This is not a PufferLib environment here. Right here, this is not a puffer env. This is a third-party environment, and they're going to build their stuff the way that they're going to build it. I support their work, but this is not part of PufferLib. This is not a backwards compatible. This is not a PufferLib issue whatsoever. This is a their code base issue. Which, like, the reason I'm doing this now is because I said that I would, and it's been several months, and, like, I've been waiting for them to make it sane and stable, and it's just not. So if I'm going to fix it, I'm going to just have to fix it in the current state that it is. And if I'm able to do it, then they'll be very happy about it. But I do owe them some work, so... So for some reason, it looks to me like this puffer env is just not tested because oh, yeah, I see what they did. That's annoying. It's probably like this or something, right? Have rewards. It doesn't. This has rewards. Okay. If I do this. Okay, so presumably this works and the number of channels changed. They did this token thing. Let me go find. I think that they will have told me. Okay, so apparently this thing. Oh, geez. Okay, I think I think I just have to put this into the network. I mean, this is kind of ridiculous that they did it this way. Yeah, I just don't know why they would do this. This is insane. And INOPS as well. Finish frame skip code. I read the frame skip code in Breakout. Yeah. Yep, that's all it does. Now you got two options, right? And it just depends on how accurate the physics of the game need to be. You can make the ship move farther every frame, basically. So let's say that you were to make the game design for, like, you design the game to run at like 10 FPS max, like 5 to 10 FPS, okay? So every action moves the ship pretty far, and then you just smooth in animations when you actually render the game. That's one way to do it. The other way is to just do frame skip. Probably with Asteroids, it'll be fast enough to just do frame skip and match the other arcade M's. So that's probably what I would do. We do it the other way around for like the really complex M's. Like Neural MMO 3, for instance, it's generating and rendering 12 frames for every step. So that it's actually running it's only running a few steps per unit time. But you actually see everything animation smoothed. And that comes from MMOs as well, because MMOs do that. I see. This is num layers. Hang on. Okay, so now you actually have to one-hot it, right? Do you one-hot it or what? I actually kind of forget. Where'd all the channels go? Ah. I see. what is this num layers thing supposed to do, actually? Feature normalization dot keys +1. So we're gonna guess 21. I'm just gonna guess 21. Still fails. Lovely. Wait. Batch indices. Oh, they've just gone insane. Yeah. Did they actually do it this way? Yeah, that works. Yeah, it literally is 255. That's crazy. I mean, that's not going to train at all. So I guess what we're going to have to do, we're going to have to figure out their observation structure. There's no getting away from getting into the C++ mess. They've made such a mess of this, like, I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to do this. Okay, what's the actual token value? Like, does this tell us anything? The location, a feature ID, and a value. Added frame skip to PR. Thank you. I can review it at some point soon. I mean, asteroids will be a very nice M to have for sure. Here. You want me to go through it now? I can do that. See how big this is. Okay, we'll give you some feedback on things. This isn't too bad. This, like this. This last. Four plus 2 times 50. Okay. Mm-hmm. Action space is 4. Probably, yeah, turn. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh, that's funny. I have the shape. Sense. Hey, Bet. I got a little bit of R&R in. I'm still pretty burnt, but we're at least getting the release done. We're starting on some other stuff. Of course, the second I come back, there's like crazy shit to deal with. Not this. This code's totally fine, by the way. I actually would like to know what this is. Oh, it's just at the edge of the screen. That's fine. Trailer turned out good. I think it was pretty good, yeah. I'm happy with it. Yeah, it was crazy client stuff. I mean, the thing with that guy's list is half of it was like him just having outdated code from 2.0. And there are like a few things I gotta do in there. Yeah, I figured that out. Wouldn't. That's fine. Okay, so it's just a radius collision, right? That's cool. Technically, you don't even need to do the shape of the asteroids during the sim. You only need the shapes at render time. But as long as it's fast enough, it doesn't matter. They're only calculated at render, really? Oh, well done then. It'll mess up your memory a little bit, but not that bad. If that's how you did it, then good job. That's like quite a good level of insight to do that. From the engine and renderer. Yep. Okay, so you did a relative position divided by size, so that's good. Velocity is not normalized, but depending what the range is, that might not be a big deal. Okay, so the only thing I'll actually let me finish this and then I'll tell you the thing that I think you missed. You normalized in the engine? Alright, that's fine then. Wait, what the heck does this get time of day? Wait, what's this dependent on the time? Why would you not just do that in terms of ticks? Yeah, dude, just make that... Yeah, that's like way more complicated and probably slower than it needs to be. Just... You can shoot every N frames. Right? Yeah. So that's a little silly. Yeah. That's okay. It happens. And also, this is totally gonna mess you up anyways, because this is literally... Yeah, this is in real time. So it can't shoot at all because of how fast this env is running. There you go. I just realized it's like doubly screwed up. Oh my god, I don't know why you do that. That's funny. Yeah, don't ever do that. Don't ever depend on the real time for anything. You always do stuff in frames. Cool. I'm tempted to make the ship the puffer, but whatever. We'll leave it as is for now. We'll consider that. Alright, so the other piece of feedback I have for you, so fix the time thing and see if it trains. And if not... Okay. The fact that you've done this relative is correct, the normalization of correct, and the information that you've included here is correct. Do you see what is wrong with the observations? No. All the data that you have in this array is correct. I'm going to give you a minute to think about that, and I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a second. Not the velocity. I'll be right back. Okay, have you figured it out? Ding, ding, ding. Correct. Sort the asteroids. Size of the asteroid would be a good idea as well, but I actually missed that. So yes, it does need the size. I didn't even realize that that was missing. Sort the positions. Do you understand why? Like, do you understand why architecturally you need to do that? Okay. We're going to explain a thing real quick. This is useful for folks watching. Okay. Let me think how I want to draw this. Okay, so here, this is why you have to sort observations of points and distances. So this is a neural net. This is going to map this input vector to some latent state. It is going to do this via a matrix multiplication, right? So this is actually going to be a layer that is a big block of weights. It's probably going to upsample it even, maybe downsample, depends. So let's say it looks something like this, right? This is usually how you draw layers. And then you get, oops, that's a terrible line. Not much better. Okay, so this is linear. Okay, but this is a matrix. This is made up of weights. And the problem with what you've just done is that this matrix has to learn, essentially, a mapping of this coordinate here to all the different spots in the hidden, and of this coordinate to all the different spots. Okay, and then guess what happens? Even though you would like this to be, let's not use that color. Let's not use RG color blindness either. Try this. So, even though you would like this to be the exact same transformation, because realistically it should treat all the points the same, it's not going to do that, because it's multiplying it by separate weights. Okay? So, you want it to learn the same transformation, but it's not going to do that. So, architecturally, you're kind of screwed from this. But if you sort them, at the very least, you are always going to apply the same transformation to the closest point, and then another transformation to the second closest point. And by the end here, it probably doesn't even know what to do. But at the very least, for the first few points, you're going to get something reasonable. It's not that it needs to resemble the same thing every time either. Because technically, look, if I were to just reshape this data, this is how I could do it, right? If I were to just take this data, and instead of doing this, I do this. Oops. By 1. Okay, so if I were to do this, and now this goes into your big matrix multiplication, this is fine. Oops. This is 100% fine. Do you see why? Because this transformation, it's like a 2 by n matrix, and it's going to apply the exact same learned transformation to every point. So it's a point encoder, which is what you want, right? You want it to actually to make the same decision about every point, and to just learn a general principle. The problem with this type of architecture is that this doesn't give you a single vector. This actually gives you one vector for each point. Okay, and then you have to take like a max or a sum of these, usually like a max. And this is slow. Now, it's not slow because, in theory, it's a lot of computation. It's slow because of a detail of the way that this is implemented in PyTorch, or in most learning libraries. I actually have a plan to make this operation fast. So in the future, it's possible that we can do this type of stuff. But I have to write some CUDA kernels for that. So for now, this is a really cheap and easy thing to do. Yeah, I bet you're going to have to scroll back like 5 minutes. Because this is very important to understand. And if you understand this, this is called, what I've just drawn for you, this is called entity encoding. And if I were to give you an analog to this, right? The analog to this, if you have an image, okay? We use convnets for this, right? We'll put like a little conv like this that goes on this patch, and then the same exact conv is going to go on this patch, etc., etc. Why do we do that? Why don't we just unravel it and put it into a linear layer? You can do it. You can write out the operation. The reason we don't do this is because we want to learn the same operation at every patch, because patches of pixels look the same anywhere. It doesn't matter if a patch of pixels is in the top left or in the middle or the bottom right. It's the exact same concept, but applied to entities, where entities are just collections of self-similar data. Does that make sense, Wooden? So now you've gotten your money's worth on this environment. So make the first modification that you did, which is like the time thing. Make sure it actually works. See if it trains. If it doesn't, do this. If it does train but not super well, do this anyways and see if it makes a difference. And also to the folks watching, if you haven't starred PufferLib on GitHub yet, feed the Puffer a star. Helps us out a lot. It's free. Do star the Puffer. 217 so far. Not bad. Boop, boop. How long will you be here today? Maybe another hour and a half-ish. I do also stream most days. Join office 9 to 5. Eastern? I'm usually on a little after 5. I usually end a bit before 6. 6 or a little bit before. I also stream all day most Saturdays. I took last Saturday off because I was super burnt out from release. And we gotta figure out this crazy environment. Rockville and Maryland. Oh, cool. I am also in Maryland. I'm on a farm in the middle of nowhere. Of your lab. Thank you. It's a pretty cool space. I gotta do some maintenance on all these servers because they're all clacking. They all need fans replaced, and I gotta also like screw together the tiny boxes again, but they work. Okay. What do we do about this mess is my question. Attribute indices. Yeah, these are ridiculous. Maybe I can ask them. Was the best way to handle continuous environment? There's nothing special you have to do. Nothing special at all. Same way as everything else. You change the action type. If the actions are continuous, that's it. Oh, actually, I'm getting a reply on this. Cool. How do you feed observation spaces? We have several environments with continuous observation spaces. It's just a box. You feed it into a linear layer, or if it's 2D data, into a conv. Works fine. Let's say datacoming uses streams. Very fast, and you feed one item each time. So really high-res temporal data is generally not a fun thing to deal with, but it kind of depends what you mean by that, right? So, like, you can subsample it if you're dealing with, like, a game. If you're dealing with, like, a control sim, you can still subsample it pretty oftentimes. And then if you can't, an LSTM will get you a decent chunk of the way there. But if it's like really, really high res and you care about really long horizons, say like over 1,000 steps, then you have to start getting fancy. Replay buffer, that doesn't help you. Yeah, that doesn't help you. Replay buffer is independent of that. And I need to see your specific problem is the thing, because like technically what you're describing could be said of a lot of problems where in practice they just work. At least they work in PufferLib. Anybody see anything I've done wrong in this? They're not supposed to have 255 as the max here. And we don't know basically if I've screwed up or if they've screwed up. Do you think making a box to feed previous? No, don't do that. Just use the LSTM. Having a hard time dealing with sensor data. Generally, before you start messing with anything algorithmically, you want to throw it at PufferLib, get reasonable observations and rewards, and run a sweep. And then you want to think about how hard your problem is compared to the problems that we've solved without doing anything fancy. And if your problem is not substantially more complicated than one of the problems we've solved quite simply, then probably there's something wrong with the data. That's like your good first sanity check. Because we can solve a lot of problems just out of the box nowadays. That's PufferLib. Data is LiDAR data. Ah, then you actually need point encoders. So, you actually do need point-wise encoders. So, where's it? I just drew it like I drew it earlier. Yeah, this thing. So if you scroll back in the stream, half hour or whatever, to when this was on the screen, I explained how to do like point encoders. You need a point encoder for LiDAR. You can't do this sorted thing. There's no way around it. It's going to be slower than our other networks. You can still do it and you'll still be able to train like potentially several 100,000 steps per second. And if you want it to be faster, you either have to wait for me to write a CUDA kernel or write your own CUDA kernel. No, you don't need to. You don't need to do CUDA. Like you can get the like several 100K step per second version. You just can't get the ultra fast version. Yeah, your chip doesn't. I mean, well, first of all, you're not actually going to use that thing for training whatever the thing is that you build. I would hope. You can just be using that for development. Like Mac chips for actually training neural nets is insane. You can use it for development, and like Puffer's kind of fast enough that you can use it for simple problems. But like, you really want GPUs longer term. If you want to solve harder problems, you want GPUs longer term. Apparently this is... Okay, apparently the insane thing... Okay. That's float 32 data. Buffer optimized for metal? Nope. But, I mean, puffer very fast. So, it'll probably be pretty decent just out of the box anyways. Like, our environments run fast, and our training is optimized for big batches, and it's very low overhead, so... You'll probably lose some perf to the advantage kernel if you don't have the CUDA version, but there's still a pretty good C version that we ship. What did I mess up? Oh, I guess we don't need the permute anymore, huh? Tried to train with frame skip, what happened? Is it a problem that SPS gets cut by 4? Training steps per second gets cut by 4? Or what? Or sim? No, training step per second should not get cut by 4. So, in the little dashboard, how much time is spent on the env? Yeah, but you shouldn't be limited by the env. The env should be so fast, it should be negligible. Like, breakout runs 100 million steps per second or whatever. Yeah, so 71% means the env is slow. So you gotta figure out why the env is slow. Like, it should be like 2% or something. You don't have to do BVH collisions. There's nothing wrong with the radius. Like, the radius formula should be fast. So that's not the issue. Every particle. How many particles are there? Yeah, dude, that's not gonna be slow. It's just not. Like, I did this naively for, like, 512 ships or whatever, and I just did, like, the quadratic check, and it was still fast. So there's no way that it's just like that. Just run I mean, in pure C, just run like a basic gprof on it, and just see where all your compute is going. Right? Gprof. It's just a very basic profiler. It'll give you, like, it'll tell you how much time each function's taking. Won't take you hardly any time to set up. It's just like pure command line. Very easy. I do this once in a while when I have to optimize C code. Not good with C. Your C is fine. Your C code is fine. You're doing a pretty good job of it. Like, you're keeping it very simple and not trying to get too fancy, which is pretty much most of the battle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, that's it. You have velocity. Yeah, it's not that bad though, bet. Absolute. He has relative chords already. He did it reasonably. And I told him to sort. Yeah. I already told him that. Okay, so this runs. And as much as I like being here, I am looking forward to being able to run in Palo Alto without getting literally covered in frickin' golf ball sized bug bite welts. Ridiculous. I run for like hour and 10 minutes and I'm literally covered in welts. Yeah, I use bug spray, like the super toxic stuff, like all over my socks, which is about the only way I can put it. I have socks like freaking. I'm running in like knee-high socks as is, so I don't get Lyme from all the damn ticks. Pain in the ass. The horse flies. I mean, you don't want to put that stuff on your skin directly. Like bug bites versus cancer, man. Yeah, I think we'll do not cancer. Thank you. It still runs reasonably, I'd say. Pretty reasonable. Was it 40% env time? Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, this thing is molasses slow. I didn't write the env. You can't blame me for that. Yeah. I mean, it's tough because, like, I look at the code and it's like, it's gotten to the point where I basically would have to rewrite the whole thing to fix it. Yeah, but they're not going to want me to rewrite their whole code base. They like they like the way that they have it. Okay, it's back to learning something at least. Not too much I can do though with 40% env time. Like, it's not even worth running this on the multi-GPU box. I guess I can profile their code for them. That's a thing I could do. Provided this gets like 0.3 or whatever. Still not stuck. Eh. Or yeah, this is... It's like a quarter of the speed that it should be. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom and then... Was it 447? Yeah, we'll keep on this for a bit. So apparently they get this same score in 15 billion steps. So yeah, that's a thing. Hey Ryan, thank you. And thank you for the rec for Outer Wilds. That was a good bit of R&R yesterday. I still have to finish the thing. It's a good game. Yeah. No, I didn't finish it. Should I have finished it in one day? Am I just an idiot? Absolutely not. No. Okay, good. I don't know, man. I go back and forth between like, you know, doing ridiculously good stuff where it's like, okay, that was pretty clever, and then just like, huh, I can't solve basic puzzles at all. I got stuck on this Dishonored, you know, like the like so many people are in a room. They're like one of them's wearing this color, one of them is like they're sitting there and such and like you know try to figure out like who's sitting where or whatever. Yeah, I got stuck on one of those for 2 hours and eventually gave up. Though to be fair, apparently the reason I got stuck was because the fucking question was written weirdly, and it basically made an impossible condition. I took 25 hours and looked up one solution. I see. Puzzles are hard. I don't know. This game doesn't really feel like a puzzle. The stupid riddle in Dishonored was a puzzle. This doesn't really feel as much like a puzzle. It's kind of just like an exploration game, more than anything. It does feel like the game misleads you a bunch, though, and I don't... Misleading puzzles are obnoxious, because it's like, I don't know if I can make progress on this particular thing at this point in time and such, right? Like, I think you can find stuff, like, completely out of order. I think it's very puzzly. I got to one puzzle section, uh, that was, like, interesting, but not particularly difficult. Like, it's like a perspective thing that was, like, interesting, but not particularly difficult. Like, honestly, the much more difficult thing is just figuring out... is, like, just trying to basically guess in what direction you're being pushed, right? I think I figured out the, like, the canonically first thing that you're supposed to do, though. So I think I've gotten like one actual piece of it. Start seeing puzzles? I see. Hmm. I have to solve it instead of reinforcing it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I've gotten stuck on a puzzle yet, per se. There are definitely things where I'm like, okay, I went to the place, there's nothing here. Um, I don't know. I'll talk to you about it once I finish the thing. I'm not putting in 12-hour days every day this week. I'm kind of burnt. So I'm mostly going to be doing some stuff on meta. I'm going to be doing some post-release fixes as are needed. Uh, like answering support stuff. And then also you let me know on NetHack, yeah? Because we got to do that. NetHack, next on the list. Cool enough. Yeah, there's going to be lots to do, though. I mean, the release is a big release. Yeah, I saw you playing it. Finally beat it. I figured it was endless. Cool. I recently I downloaded Overwatch. I played like 2 games. Was like, all right, I can't aim. I'm not gonna play enough of this for it to even be fun. And I just like, closed it instantly. That's not every FPS. There are definitely ones where it's very easy to aim. Constant upkeep, yeah. I can't pay that at the moment, man. It's like I can't be doing that. It's like, eh. It's like literally, okay, think about this, Ryan. There is way more upkeep on like being decent at FPS games than there is on staying jacked. Just play Reaper or Reinhardt. Yeah, because tracking fire strikes is definitely super easy. I disagree with that. I'm telling you. I mean, literally, like this is all I got to do to keep the deadlift. Do that once in a while and you're good. I'll infer it was like 6 plates. Yeah. I get like 335 on it. Which I think is decent for just like lifting it cold, right? The other day I had to move it. Like there were some electricians here, so I had to move it, and I had I think 325 on it. So I had to like pick the thing up, turn it 90 degrees, walk over the step, and then put it down on the other side. Which is like, that's about how light it has to be for you to be able to do it cold safely. I probably can't do four plates at the moment because I haven't lifted anything heavy in a while, but it's probably not that far off. It's probably not that far off. So Ryan, cardio is a pain in the ass to maintain. Strength and muscle, not so much. Cardio sucks. That I will give you. Cardio, horrible. Strength, though, strength and muscle mass, pretty easy. I don't think you get limited by time as much as cardio just sucks to do. Cardio will just beat you up a ton. Yeah, cardio just beats the hell out of you. Done with job search. Getting back to research and exercise. Very good. I assume that means you have some decision. If so, congrats. I'd be interested to hear about that. Painful to start. Yeah, the main thing is don't go ham lifting too heavy and getting yourself hurt. I gotta tell you, the injuries just suck. Joining Jeff's lab? Yo, congrats, man. Big congrats to you. Then we definitely have all sorts of cool research to collab on. I don't know how much Jeff is still into this stuff, but for the record, I think that actually artificial life, like pure evolutionary A-life stuff, we could actually make it work now training at 10 million steps per second. So, that's the thing that's on the books. I actually know how to do it as well, which is kind of cool. I also know how to fix all the crazy cursed multi-agent stuff that didn't work in 2018 and 2019. So, there's lots of stuff we can do. And given that you do a little bit more, well, I guess you said you want to do more science side stuff, but the eng heavy stuff opens a lot of doors in research these days. NetHack stuff is also good. Just make it fast, man. If we just get NetHack fast, I think it's good. All you need is make it fast, and we'll be good. All right, I'm supposed to be doing a thing. Hang on. Has anybody starred the puffer? Please do star the puffer. I would like to see a large uptick in stars from our release. That would be very nice. net hack for this summer. I think if we can get it like decently quick, then you'll start to see results. Make number go down. We make number go down very good. You can look up George's RL clip with him like fighting RL demons, and you can see I fight those demons now. I don't want to fight his hardware demons. He can fight the hardware demons. I'll fight the RL demons. We had this whole like spat back and forth with support on these tiny boxes because I was so fucking mad at the way that they were. Like, I couldn't get them unassembled to maintain them, and it took me like 2 days. But eventually, it was a bad power cable, so I had to replace a power cable, and then they worked. And it took me 2 days. Replace a power cable. I was so fucking mad over that. Oh my god, I was livid over that. I was like, I'm done. I'm retiring to the mountains in Siberia and herding goats. Alright? I'm never touching another computer. I was so mad. Yeah, GPU is fine. It was just a cable. That was like, ah. My goal for the next 6 months, alright, is to grow Puffer as a company, so we actually can support all this research at larger scale, and to not deal with as much crazy bullshit, which I say as I'm dealing with crazy bullshit, but it's aspirational. Where's this config thing that I was thinking about? So the only thing I could think of, and that we gotta try this before we try anything else, right? Ooh, that's interesting. We'll see whether that's just the initial stuff though. Ah. Rip. It does help with logging frequency though. I'm actually a little suspicious of the way those episodes are. How does desync episodes work? gonna hop on a call with Dave in a bit about meta. Hopefully we get him some results by then. But yeah, the plan is to pretty much just be streaming stuff all week. And we're going to be doing a few things on meta this week. We're going to be doing, obviously, any sort of fixes that we need to make for post 3.0 release. But then the cool new stuff that we're going to be starting on is going to be drone stuff. So we've got like this massive battle environment with all the drones. And I'm going to probably try to get that into a state where you actually have like coordinated team behavior and such. Welcome. Do we have anybody yelling at me over broken stuff in Puffer yet? Nope. Few follows. Ending 9 to 5. I'm gonna be here another 20 minutes or so. So you can get your RL questions in. Okay, so this is weird. That's kind of a weird pattern. Maybe not. Not super optimized, to be fair. Can we dispense with log only on terminal? What? We have, the same as your purple line. Yeah, it's just, it's sampled at a different frequency, and I don't, it's also like, there could be differences in learning based on this, so I don't want to, like, commit to this until I know it's decent. We should probably also just run this for longer, huh? See what it does. I can set this up to run, let me do that real quick while I can here. Still don't know why it keeps prompting me for. For that. Alright, so for, what's it? Oh, that just went and got PufferLib 3.0, which is kind of interesting. Since we do have a fair few folks watching, we did have our big release today. You can support it for free or right here. Star the Puffer. He eats stars. In fact, I tried to get people to star the Puffer so much that I even made a tutorial environment about puffers eating stars. I don't know what else I can do, but there you go. You can read through the docs and literally build this environment. What the heck? Package util? Ugh. What do you see? What do you see for feature selection for observation space? I mean, it depends on your problem. Literally, like, all you really want to do is just think about what information the agent needs to solve the problem, and then normalize it reasonably. So, like, distances are better off as relative coordinates than absolute coordinates. You don't want things to have crazy high magnitudes or crazy low magnitudes, stuff like that. Drive me crazy. We're gonna have to do the put the new container on this machine at some point soon. Oh, they're doing this. Box 6 status, forgot to call again. Maybe tomorrow. Get it back to me. Okay, no CUDA GPUs are available. Lovely. Okay, this trains. and billion steps. Okay, 5-hour run. We'll see how that goes. In the meantime, let's figure out why it's so damn slow. We do that real quick. Yeah, so this runs. See what that does. Okay, so a reset is 100 times slower than a step. And do we have episode length? The 25K times, is it 24 agents probably? 500K? I mean, that should be mostly reasonable, no? Oh, and that also includes resets. This includes the resets. I mean, that seems like it should be fast enough over 16 cores completely. Something is getting in the way of this. Okay. Huh. Well, there's their better result, just off the annealing rate. Would it be the observation size? No, it's 128 by 3. We do. So I said make. This gives us meta puff. Hmm. So how is that the case then? That when I have 16 environments, it's super slow. Do I not have enough per core or something? Alright, I gotta go, guys, because I gotta go chat with the author of this thing. For folks watching, thanks for tuning in on release day. Haven't really had any crazy bug reports yet, so I guess things are decent. I'd assume at least a few people have tried to, like, download it and stuff. Let me kill this so that this doesn't lag the heck out of everything. I will be back maybe later tonight, but also I'm probably going to take it a little easy post-release. Definitely tomorrow morning. Be working on this, we'll be working on drone M's, we'll be working on all sorts of new and interesting problems following release. So, if you're interested in my work, or if you want to get involved, Puffer.ai. Start the GitHub to help us out. It's free. It really helps. Really does. Just do it. Go click the button. And other than that, you can join us on Discord, or you can follow me on X for more RL stuff. We'll be posting articles there all week, some of which are not going on the website, so you gotta get them there. Huh? Alright, thank you. Bye-bye.